The Nevada Girls State Senate will come to order. Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the first bill.
Senate Bill Number 1, an act that will establish the official symbols and statements of identity for the city of Cafaretta in Nevada Girls State. Section 5, these symbols and statements of identity shall be recognized by Nevada Girls State as the official symbols and statements of identity of the city of Cafaretta upon final passage of this act.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this bill for Cafaretta City.
This bill requires a simple majority to pass. The Secretary will call the roll.
Please vote using the buttons on the side if you have not voted.
Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Senate Bill Number 2, an act that will establish the official symbols and statements of identity for the city of Del Papa in Nevada Girls State. Section 5, these symbols and statements of identity shall be recognized by Nevada Girls State as the official symbols and statements of identity of the city of Del Papa upon final passage of this act.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this bill for Del Papa City.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the roll.
Reminder to please vote on your side panel button things.
Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Senate Bill Number 3, an act that will establish the official symbols and statements of identity for the City of Wagner in Nevada Girls State. These symbols and statements of identity shall be recognized by Nevada Girls State as the official symbols and statements of identity of the City of Wagner upon final passage of this act. End of bill.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of Business Number 6, Messages from the Assembly.
A couple quick reminders before I read the next bill. Please turn your mic on before you speak. If you have family and friends especially that are watching on the live stream, they cannot hear you unless you're in the microphone, but also so everyone here can hear you as well, please. Also, when you raise your hand to speak, please wait for the president to call on you. She will call on you like Senator King, and then stand and say, "Thank you, Madam President." Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber, Carson City, June 20th, 2025. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 1.
Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the bill.
Assembly Bill Number 1, an act that will establish the official symbols and statements of identity for the city of Buckley in Nevada Girls State. These symbols and statements of identity shall be recognized by Nevada Girls State as the official symbols and statements of identity for the city of Buckley upon final passage of this act. End of bill.
Senator Flores, or Senator Tang. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill for Buckley City.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the roll.
Please vote.
Does anyone wish to change her vote? The bill having received a constitutional majority, there are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the next bill. Order of Business Number 6, Messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber, Carson City, June 20th, 2025. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 2.
Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the bill.
Assembly Bill Number 2, an act that will establish the official symbols and statements of identity for the city of Matthews in Nevada Girls State. These symbols and statements of identity shall be recognized by Nevada Girls State as the official symbols and statements of identity for the city of Matthews upon final passage of this act. End of bill.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this bill for the Matthews City.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of Business Number 6, Messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber, Carson City, June 20th, 2025. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 3.
Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the bill.
Assembly Bill Number 3, an act that will establish the official symbols and statements of identity for the city of Winnemucca in Nevada Girls State. These symbols and statements of identity shall be recognized by Nevada Girls State as the official symbols and statements of identity of the city of Winnemucca upon final passage of this act. End of bill.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this bill for Winnemucca City.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will now open the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Just as a friendly reminder, this is the point where we're getting into bills that there will be discussion on the floor. So wait for the president to call on you and then have fun. Senate Bill number 15. An act that will reallocate funds used for share and health classes in public schools to now incorporate a curriculum including female autonomy and biological function studies, i.e. sexual health, reproductive health, and healthcare, mental and physical. It will be an age-relevant curriculum starting in 6th grade until the 12th grade. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this bill.
Senator Tang.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this bill, as women's health is not talked about enough, and we need to be able to get rid of the stigma that's often being talked about, from endometriosis, PCOS, yeast infection, and UTIs. All this is important. But I have one question. What is the exact amount of funds being reallocated from the share to this new bill?
Senator Hansen. Mendoza, I apologize.
No, you're good. Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this bill, especially for the sexual health part. Me personally, I was put in a lot of just a few sexual health classes when I was younger, and it really has benefited me in knowing what to do, how to recognize situations that I shouldn't be in. And a lot of my friends who haven't taken those classes have ended up making poor decisions and not because it's their fault, but because the information that they are getting is it's not the right information. There's a strong stigmatism and negative feeling on sex, which I think, when you think about it, sex isn't a bad thing, but it can be used as a bad thing. It can be used as a weapon. And when people see it as a bad thing only, and they don't see the good sides of it, they don't see this connection and all that parts of it, they're going to completely just see it as the bad and use it as the bad. And I think that if we give these students all the right information right off the bat, they can go and make right decisions. They can go make decisions with the right information, whereas a lot of students are making choices with the wrong information.
Senator Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill because not only is it relevant to the female autonomy, but as well it creates addition to biology as well that they can learn. It also increases awareness on the teen pregnancy because Nevada has the highest rates for that, and spreading awareness would decrease our rates.
Senator Lucero.
I also rise in strong support of this bill because we do have a rising percentage of teen pregnancy in Nevada, as well as educating these students can overtake the chance of facing resistance from parents and cultural resistance because it's a really important thing that many students do not get to learn, especially in their families, because of their cultural and religious reasons. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Lozikich.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to also support this bill because STIs, teen pregnancies, and hygiene issues are happening more and more simply because of not being educated. Speaking on the educated part is because personally at my school, I am getting more of a regular class on autonomy and about biology in the body, but a lot of schools in Nevada aren't. They're either getting it in like middle school or high school and not as regular. So another thing that I've seen is that it's going to be put in the education more regularly, so that way if students don't know, now they are being educated and also as a good refresher. Thank you.
Senator Hall.
I rise in support of this bill. This bill is not about prevention. Of course, no bill can really determine what students do with their lives, but it's about awareness. The courses begin in 6th grade with that being the average time that a girl starts her menstrual period. And as the courses progress, they are not age appropriate, but age relevant. So they relate to the current functions of a woman's body as they grow with age, and that really educates women on what they should do to protect themselves.
Does anyone speak in opposition? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the roll. Please vote. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the next bill.
One moment, please. I apologize. We're having a small technical difficulty. Senate Bill 14, an act that will allocate 2% of each fine collected from drug trafficking penalties in the state of Nevada to fund the creation of a dedicated unit on the diverse histories and contributions of marginalized communities, ensuring students receive fuller, more inclusive understanding of American and global history. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this bill because although the deterring factor is students getting out later, many schools in Nevada have established detention for students coming in late, even as little as 5 minutes. Giving them time allows for students to appropriate that time more efficiently, and a rise in attendance and engagement will be seen as this bill is passed. I rise in strong support.
Senator Lajikic.
Just to clarify, it's SB 14, correct? Okay, I just wanted to state, thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to state that I rise in opposition of this bill. I understand the fact of bringing more education around diverse histories and contributions of marginalized communities. However, I believe that there is enough education on this. Maybe not enough, but I feel like there is education in this already in American history, world history. And the other thing that stood out to me was the fact that in Section 2, it was talking about a Stanford University study, and it was talking about, it was talking about ethnic courses. And that's the thing that stood out to me, was because when we talk about these histories of diverse communities, is that it's already in the course and the curriculum of American history or world history. However, when it said that the GPA increased and that there was a 21% increase in attendance, ethnic courses is its own set-aside curriculum. It's not, so like adding these diverse histories into this, I feel like it's personally already added into our education in Nevada, whereas the statistics shown is as an opposite separate course. Thank you.
Senator Mendoza.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill, although I think that it is important to better highlight more like minorities and African American communities and Hispanic Latino communities, because they aren't really seen as much as maybe they should, and it is important to highlight these people, especially like figures of certain parts that we don't learn about. However, I do have an issue just with the bill in itself. For one, I don't really see how it will be incentivized or mandated in the bill, and I don't know how schools are going to just take this and do their own kind of like incorporate it in there, because it will like cost more money, and if they don't have that, then how, like, what is the reason? Also, I don't really understand like how schools will adopt this and how putting it into the curriculum will kind of change it, because the curriculums are so like crowded and everything, and a lot of the times most things get to because there's so many things. And also I think just having a separate course in general about like at my school we have AP African American Studies as an example, and I'm just thinking having more specific elective courses would be a way to better highlight these communities, because if you try to fit all of these in, there will be a community that won't get as much attention as this one, and the time is going to run out. So I think, yeah.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I feel that a 2% fine from each drug trafficking offense, although that is a great tax, having it dedicated to one section of a class, it seems a bit excessive, as well as not specifying what class it would be in, U.S. history, world history, if this would also be a part of honors classes or AP classes for Nevada. And I feel that those things need to be specified for any sort of support on it. Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. I just wanted to point out that all CCSD schools do currently offer AP European and AP African American Studies classes. Like I said, my senator said, these schools forcing it into curriculum may lead in disengagement from students, and these curriculums are already packed. It's not going to be that well regulated, as there aren't going to be any checks on it for AP and honors, like Senator King said. Yeah, thank you.
Does anyone rise in affirmation of this bill? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the roll. Please vote. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 0 in favor and 11 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Just as a heads up to the body, due to a little technical difficulty, we do not have Senate Bill number 6 in the system. So we'll be, you won't see it up on your screen. We will not be pushing the buttons to vote. We'll just do a roll call vote. Senate Bill number 6, an act relating to education that rearranges the tier system in which grades will get picked up. Middle school would start at 7:30 a.m., high school at 8 a.m., and elementary at 8:30 a.m. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Tang.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. According to the Journal of Clinical Sleep Medicine, teen car crashes rates decrease by up to 70% after schools shift their start time. So with this point, if we shift the start time, we can prevent the amount of teen crashes that are currently happening.
Senator Messner.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this bill. According to the Journal of Psychiatry, high school students' natural circadian rhythm shifts later on due to puberty, making it harder for teens to fall asleep prior to 11 p.m. This causes 70% of students to get less than 8 to 10 hours of sleep. As this continues, it leads to chronic health conditions, impaired cognitive functions, and anxiety. In the Journal of Urban Education, less sleep is linked to a decrease in students' engagement and performance due to the lack of adequate sleep the brain requires to fully function in terms of attention, memory, and alertness. In order for this bill to go through, we can reorganize the order of grades that are picked up. This alleviates the implication that there may not be enough buses or drivers for the students. Early bird classes will not be affected because students pay a fee that covers bus transportation if necessary. Passing this bill will ensure the betterment of physical, emotional, and mental well-being of high school students. Thank you.
Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. There is a concern about daycare because of the time shift, and then another concern is that some school districts or counties do not have or need a staggered start because they have enough school buses. So placing these mandates would force other school districts to change bus schedules. The bill mentions driving, but in driver's ed, it is taught that it is the driver's responsibility to be safe when they are in the driver's seat and when they are driving. Thank you.
Senator Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this bill. Although my fellow Senator Jacobson makes a good point, passing this bill would not only affect the well-being of the student, but as well as the grade point average. At the end of the day, this bill is about the students. Relocating bus and transportation, although necessary, we need to be focusing on the students and the part of our education. This is for their well-being, for their mental health, and to increase our graduation rates in Nevada. Thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. Like my colleague said, it is not just affecting high schoolers, it is affecting all of the education in Nevada, including private schools, charter schools, and as well as elementary and middle schools. It does affect parents' schedules, depending on what time high schoolers, whether or not they drop off their siblings, daycare, and as well as I do believe that there is something to be said about building stronger habits as a high schooler, learning how to wake up a little earlier. There are studies that prove that waking up earlier can improve mental health. Thank you.
Senator Lozikich.
Thank you, Madam President. I stand in opposition of this bill. Like my fellow senators before have said, it can create a concern for child care for parents, whether they will have to pay more for after-school care or even before school care, along with high school. If students drive their siblings, then they still have to take care of their siblings if they're in school or something like that. And normally schools will have a before school thing. My school has a thing called Dragon's Den or Safe Key or things like that. And that usually is an additional charge to whatever the families are already paying for things that the students are involved in at school. And another thing that has been mentioned would that some counties do not need a staggered start, so they already have enough bus drivers. And yes, thank you.
Senator Mendoza.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill, although I think later start times are very beneficial and that we should have later start times because being at school at 7 a.m. and doing that is very difficult and it just makes the environment so much more muggy. I do have an issue, however, with the start times because middle school starts at 7:30 a.m. Middle schools and CCSD usually start at 8 a.m. and I just kind of find it it's just not really, if we put times, we're setting times like high school times back, but then we're setting middle school times like earlier, so I just kind of feel like it's just moving the problem to a different area.
Senator Melendez.
I do stand in opposition with this bill, although I do agree that later start times would be beneficial to teens. I don't think the fact that we would have to push the school hours later also, especially when we talk about teens, would help them, especially if they have jobs. Some kids work for their family to contribute to the household income, and if they're working later hours or they can't work as much because their school gets out later, I think it would affect their household income and it wouldn't be all over beneficial for everybody.
Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. As someone who comes from a state with start times all over regulated 9 a.m., I have younger siblings, and having a different start time not only helps my parents, but when I couldn't drive, it was hard for us to all make it at the same time. Sorry. I do believe that sleep deprivation is a real issue, but as people that have been living in Vegas their whole life, waking up at 7 a.m., you're kind of used to it at this point, and all of a sudden pushing to 8 wouldn't be beneficial, especially since we're all going into our senior year. Thank you.
Senator Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. Although hearing my fellow senators, I still stand in support of this bill due to the fact that we also have states and counties who have administered and implemented this bill before in a similar way. And if they can do it, it raises the question as to why can't we, having that we have the same resources, some may say a smaller population, and an education system that is looking for improvement. Thank you.
Senator Messner.
Thank you, Madam President. As a reminder, I am rising in support of this bill. As a reminder to my colleagues, Nevada is ranked 48th in education, and the goal of this bill is to increase our ranking in education. It's for the betterment of the students. The bus situation is a small part of the problem. What we're looking to improve is the students' overall well-being when attending high school, the graduation rates, the GPA. This bill is meant for the safety of the students. 87% of teens are sleep deprived as of right now in Nevada. It does not affect private schools, it'll only affect public schools. And students do have extracurriculars, jobs after school, but that does also cause them to stay up later in the night. For example, if a student works a night shift and they come home at 10 o'clock, they still have to do their homework, and then they'll have less sleep getting up at 7 a.m. So the point of the bill is to increase the amount of sleep that they have for their physical well-being and emotional well-being as well. Other states have already implemented this bill, and they've seen success in GPA, they've seen success in grades, and they've seen success in the students' mental health. This is for the students. As I said before, the bus scheduling is only a small part of the problem. Thank you.
Senator Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition for this bill. As a response to my colleagues in concerns of after-school activities, jobs, extracurriculars, shifting start times for high school an hour later also shifts all after-school activities an hour later. So it poses the same concern of those students staying up later because for example, students getting off of work at 10 p.m., and they have to pick up a later shift because their school doesn't end in time, they would get off, let's say, 11. And that shifts the schedule all around, and it raises the same concerns. And one of the statistics in the bill talks about how puberty shifts the circadian rhythm of teenagers. Puberty usually starts in middle school. And so by shifting middle school times up, we are affecting the middle school students in the same way that we don't want high school students to be affected. And with that, early bird classes have the possibility to be affected and overlap with middle school classes. For example, in my school, the choir teacher teaches both middle school and high school, but he also has an early bird class. If middle school times are shifted up earlier, the early bird class for high schoolers wouldn't be able to be during that slot because middle school classes would fill up that time. And correlation does not equal causation. Just because Nevada is 48th ranked in education, and other states who may have this policy implemented are higher up in education, it doesn't mean that this is necessarily the cause for that. Thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. As a reminder, I stand in opposition of this bill. As far as where schedules go, like a lot of my colleagues mentioned, if a business does close at 6 p.m. and you get into work at 1 p.m., your start time or your end time is not later. Now you are only working 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., for example. That is a sufficient amount of money that you are not earning anymore, especially if you are earning money for your whole household. That is an issue that I relate to. As far as the quality of education, the ratings of these schools who are implementing these schedules are higher up on the rating for the United States, like another colleague said, it does not mean that the quality of education that Nevadans are provided is any better because of our start times. Thank you.
Are any of the senators who wish to speak in affirmation of this bill? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will now open the roll.
We will be voting by roll call for this bill. When I call your name, please say yes to vote in favor of the bill and say no to vote in opposition. Senator Hall. Senator Jacobson. Senator Johnson. Senator King. Senator Lazukich, excuse me. No? Okay. Senator Lucero. Senator Melendez. Senator Mendoza. Senator Messner. Senator Ortega. Senator Tang.
The bill does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 4 in favor and 7 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber, Carson City, June 20th, 2025. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day did not pass AB 5.
Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Senate Bill number 27, an act that will financially support low-income families in Nevada during maternity leave by taxing liquor an additional 0.7% and allocating this money toward helping families during maternity leave. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. There is no time constraint on how long they will be paid for maternity leave, so it is bound to get abused by people. There is no regulation and there is no time constraint, so that is my biggest concern. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this bill because it addresses infant mortality by improving financial conditions for newborn care in low-income households, as well as using a targeted funding mechanism tied to unintended pregnancies, aligning source with purpose.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. Although I do support the concept of the bill, I do not support the bill itself. I feel that the 0.7% tax on liquor is excessive.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. I just wanted to point out how it says Nevada has a higher national average of infant mortality rate. Well, Nevada also has one of the highest teen pregnancy rates and one of the highest drug abuse rates. I don't think that not having money is the leading reason in why so many infants die. It could be lack of education, especially with teen pregnancy, and being on substance abuse. Thank you.
This bill raises revenue and therefore requires a 2/3 majority to pass. In order to pass, the Secretary will open the vote. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 2 in favor and 9 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Senate Bill Number 29, an act that will increase access to college readiness support by requiring the placement of Upward Bound TRIO program coordinators at all public health high schools, including magnet and charter schools in Nevada. This act is effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this bill due to the fact that I am also an Upward Bound student myself. Being able to have access to these resources is something that both magnet students and charter school students deserve. People of my background that come from immigrant households, I know that if I had not been in the magnet school programs, I wouldn't have had that access. These coordinators are placed in public schools where usually kids from low-income families and from different backgrounds, such as myself, go to public schools, and they have offices to where they can go talk to, offices to where people can have those resources to join these programs that are federally funded and have access to college tours, classes on Saturdays, and introduced and have guides into going into college, something that a lot of first-generation students lack. By adding these also in not only public schools, but magnet schools and charter schools as well, students like me who are now on scholarship at different schools of different elevated education can now have those access to those same coordinators who can guide them through that same process, regardless if they go to public school or not. Thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I feel like not only would it benefit those who are objectively doing better in school, despite the area, but as well as those who are doing poorly in school. It gives them more opportunity and more resources to look into better ways of going about future education, future jobs, and future careers. Thank you.
Senator Lozikich.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill because more and more people need representation, and this allows students with lower incomes to have a hopeful future. One of the things that I also stand support of in this bill is the fact that not only does it affect public high schools, is that it affects charter high schools and magnet schools. Coming from a charter, we usually aren't as represented, and so the fact that charter schools are represented is just really amazing to me. And another thing in support that I stand for in this bill is the fact that each school district shall collaborate with nearby colleges and universities that host Upward Bound programs to assign coordinators to eligible schools within their region. So that way each and every district and every region can and should be recognized and able to be eligible to use this Upward Bound program. Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this bill. I am in agreement. I don't think it should only be accessible to public schools. It's making a almost offensive and broad assumption that these children don't go to magnet or charter schools. I just want to point that out. I think everyone deserves equal opportunity, and just because you may have been zoned for a public school or you couldn't get into your charter, it doesn't make you ineligible for the program. Thank you.
Senator Tang.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. in the state that the act says, it says requiring the placement of upward bound trio programs coordinators of all schools. This can be an unrealistic expectations, as there's a lot of schools in Nevada that lack the funding, and also this could put a strain on putting hiring coordinators for every single school, as we are already dealing with a teacher shortage, especially in our core subjects. So the funding to go to these programs would put a strain on our economy. Thank you.
Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the concept of this bill, but I have some concerns. Charter schools are not normally controlled by the state, which is a concern for me. And then in Section 5, I think there's just some vague language. It says high percentage of first-generation low-income or underrepresented. How is that defined, and then what is the percentage? That is my only concern. Thank you.
Senator Messner.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Students with these opportunities and guides, they'll have more opportunities to scholarships and a higher education. It educates students about FAFSA, National Merit, and QuestBridge. And it also allows more opportunities to first-generation students who do not have prior knowledge of the college application process because parents or people in their household did not attend college prior. And as someone who attends a magnet school in Las Vegas, I know that there's so many students from low-income backgrounds that would not have the opportunities that they did if they attended a school in their area. Magnet schools and funding provides these opportunities to students for them to access a higher education in their future. Thank you.
Senator Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. As a reminder, I want to show that I still rise in support of this bill. After hearing my colleagues, and as far as funding goes, how the coordinators work is one coordinator is assigned to multiple schools, multiple days of the week. So what the school can promote, and what is usually promoted in public school, is they have a designated office, and they are here at, let's say, for example, at Canyon Springs, they're there on Thursdays, they are there on Fridays for ATEC, Wednesdays, they're there at Veterans Tribute. Not only do they get to access all these students as well, but make use of the time, as well as using just one coordinator for this. And I also want to state the fact that coordinators are not teachers. It would not relate to a teacher shortage because they are coordinators, meaning that what they do is working directly with the Upper Bound program. And usually this staff is taken from former Upper Bound students themselves because they believe in this program. That is something that they want to do, something that they support and can guide through the process, being college students themselves. I really want to also state how magnet schools lack these programs, and as far as charter schools go, they can just have a sectioned off office in their classroom to where students can go to and still take advantage of these opportunities and these resources. The funding, it is very highly distributed. Upper Bound also offers a summer residential program to where during this time of day, they would be able to stay in the dorms if selected, if maintained a high GPA and a standard so other students can follow, in order to build not only leadership, but as well as academic standing. And in this summer program, they would be able to study, take extra classes, and earn enrichment program credit that would be allocating to their GPA and adding to their transcript. And these funds, they go on different trips, as well as fun activities, and if it need be, some of it can be pulled and diverse to getting more coordinators so we can have a more diverse body from different schools across Nevada. Thank you.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will now open the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. We will now be taking a brief recess.
All right, y'all are doing amazing. We're gonna take 10 minutes, so you can get up and use the restroom. I also have some snacks, so if someone wants a layered fruit bar, you can come see me up front. But please be back in your seats at 11:30. We will get started again at 11:30 sharp. Thank you. Hi, everyone. One more minute and everyone should be back in their seats. Thank you.
The Nevada Girls State Senate will come to order. Order of Business Number 6, Messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber, Carson City, June 20th, 2025. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly of this state passed AB 6.
Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the bill.
Assembly Bill Number 6, an act to improve public safety in Nevada by establishing a state-funded grant program to support the installation of metal detectors and electronic bag screening systems in large public venues funded through a dedicated portion of gaming tax revenue. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Tang.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill, but I do have some concerns. What is the exact percentage of how much we're being taxing the gaming industry, especially as is not specified in the act? Thank you.
Senator Melendez.
I do stand in strong support of this bill, as I do find that it is reasonable to tax gaming industries, as they do stay in hotels, where hotels are usually the ones who host big events and venues, and we would want our people to be safe going into those places. Thank you.
Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Madam President. I currently rise in support of this bill. To answer your question, in Section 6, it says a portion of Nevada's annual gaming tax revenue not to exceed 3.6% shall be allocated to the Public Safety Infrastructure Fund to support the grant program. Thank you.
Senator Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill, as I think that taxing gaming industries is a very good way to fund the metal detectors and security precautions, because especially in those establishments, there's a prevalency of that kind of security issue due to, of course, drinking and gaming and things like that. And I think it's well-related and well-capped tax revenue allocation. Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. I do stand in strong support of this bill. Like my fellow senators said, Having metal detectors in the entrance of hotels where gaming facilities are and all the other places listed could have prevented things like Route 91 from happening. And casinos are known for having rowdy people because of the access to not only drugs but also alcohol at the same time. This could lead to fighting and just overall being up late at night. You never know how safe you are.
Senator Lozikich.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill because I already feel that there are mandated levels of security like this already. It talks about high traffic public places in any location in Nevada that regularly hosts large number of people. What comes to mind is concerts. We have concerts here because we are big on the entertainment industry. They already have metal detectors, and then even at football games in our new recent Allegiant Stadium, there's high-level metal detectors, and even as the bill talks about a handheld device used to detect concealed metallic items such as firearms or knives and electric bag screeners. Most of these events that host large, the high traffic public places that host large numbers of people already have bag restrictions as it is. It can't reach a bigger size than X, Y, and Z, and the fact that even some of them already state that they have to be clear bags. So I wanted to remind I rise in opposition because I don't see how this would change anything that we already have. Thank you.
Senator Mendoza.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this bill. I just want to say, yes, there is these kind of things set in place in public spaces, but it's still an issue. People are still getting hurt. People are still getting, gun violence is still a big thing, and nothing's being done. And this is a step forward to that. It may not be the end-all, be-all solution, but it is a step forward to that. And if we just sit back and we do nothing of any sort, then we're just going to continue having people getting shot in malls, getting shot in hotels. Recently, on the Strip, there was a altercation and somebody did end up dying, and it's just this is a right step, or a step in the right direction is what I'm trying to say.
Senator Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. As a reminder, I rise in support of this bill. Recently at Speech and Debate Nationals, there was an incident where someone pretended to be a shooter, and it caused a lot of mass panic, and it was a very unfortunate circumstance. And just because there are security precautions set in place, it doesn't mean that it's mandated statewide. Most security precautions are on a case-by-case basis, but as my colleague said, this is a step in the right direction for prevention, which is ultimately always better than reparation. Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to remind everyone, I am in support of this bill. Like my senator said, right now, not everywhere has these metal detectors, or else the bill would have never been written in the first place. And the way I interpreted it, they listed hotels first because this is one of the most things that has foot traffic in the city of Las Vegas. And you don't want to be fearing for your life, and I'd rather have that safe state of mind when I'm walking through the hotels.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to say that I am in support of this bill. Like one of my colleagues pointed out, if the issue wasn't existent, we wouldn't need it. Even though there are a lot of venues who already do things like this, writing it as a bill would be mandated. And I think it is vital to the safety of a lot of people. Thank you.
Senator Lozikich.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to rise and restate that I am in opposition of this bill. As a few others have said is that it's talking about hotels and the gaming industry. But the other thing that it said that it was not limited to was malls. And I feel like this is a more important, not more important, but it's a more relative area for specifically teenagers. There is a mall within 5 miles of my school. However, it is an open mall. It's not an inside mall. So for those malls who are like outside and already in a public open space, how would we install these metal detectors or this level of security with this, even though there is already like an area for security and mall safety? That is one of my concerns. And thank you.
Senator Melendez.
Thank you, Madam President. In regards to what my fellow Senator Lazukich said, I do understand where she's coming from when she points out malls, but as when you go into relative retail stores, they have metal detectors. If you walk out with something you didn't pay for, there's pins that employees take off. I don't think it would be a far out act to add those metal detectors in front there. That would make it easier to walk in and out without having to be patrolled and said, stop, let me check your bag, as this just talks about metal detectors. You can also have patrol on the sides when if it does beep, you're pulled off to the side, they check your bag non-invasively, and if they don't find anything, you're sent on your way to continue shopping, continue going into the event, and continue to do whatever you'd like. But for the safety of the people, that should always come first, and that's why we should install these metal detectors to help keep them safe. Thank you.
Senator Mendoza.
Thank you, Madam President. Once again, I rise in support of this bill. And I wanted to bring attention to Section 7, where it says that the department shall report annually to the Nevada State Legislature on program outcomes, expenditures, and compliance. So I think this is showing that this bill isn't just, here's what we're going to do now, and it's going to solve it forever. No, this bill can be amended, it can be like changed, and once things are fixed. It's kind of a way to just fix what we have now, because all the solutions that we have been trying, or we haven't even been trying. Gun violence is a huge issue, especially in Nevada, and there hasn't been much done to it at all, and either it's too little or it's nothing at all. And this may be a very drastic and huge thing, but it's what needs to be done. If we want to solve this problem, we have to do big things that aren't easy. And if this shows that it gets better and better and better, then it gets better, and we show that this, like, if people are not dying and people aren't getting hurt, then I see nothing wrong.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 9 in favor and 1 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 6, messages. Oh, okay. Sorry. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber, Carson City, June 20th, 2025. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day did not pass AB 43.
Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Senate Bill number 36, an act that will eliminate cash bail in cases of petty misdemeanors and first offense nonviolent misdemeanors and instead authorize judges to release defendants on recognizance, assign pretrial measures, or electronic monitoring as appropriate. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Tang.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill because there's a huge overpopulation in jail cells, and we are overcrowding them to the point where we need to be able to find alternate solutions. Also, that bail reform will be more equitable to people of color, especially Latino men, who there's a 33% of Latino men can actually afford bail. So by having this bail reform where we have 3 different stages to being able to be released, this would provide more equitable solutions. Thank you.
Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. As it says in Section 3, those who are held in prisons for extended periods of time can face losing their jobs, houses, and even custody of their children. There are cheaper options and other systems that have already been put in place in these kind of cases. Also, to avoid long waits for trial, this will be really helpful. This stays on records permanently, which can hurt their chances for employment, which increases unemployment, which is obviously not good. This only applies to nonviolent first offense misdemeanors, no felonies, no repeat offenders, no violent offenders, including sex violence. So I think this would be more effective just because it is not affecting people in all of these higher felonies. It protects minority and low-income groups because they usually cannot afford cash bail, and so these other systems will help with that, and it will also help with the overcrowding. Thank you.
Senator Melendez.
Thank you, Madam President. I stand in support of this bill, not only because of what my fellow senators have mentioned, but also because of the funds it takes to house one inmate is around $120 in jail. But to use electronic monitoring, especially for petty misdemeanors, as some of these people are in cash bail for, it only costs $5 to $40 to have them use an electronic monitoring rate. And I believe that that funding can be used to spend on a better justice system for federal prisons. Thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to stand in support of this bill because it does help prevent overcrowding in prisons or jails, just holding defendants while they're waiting on trial. It also, this bill helps protect a constitutional right of the right to a speedy and quick trial. Thank you.
Are any upcoming speakers against this bill? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Senate Resolution Number 19, an act that will designate a state-recognized flavor of ice cream as a new state symbol. Resolved by the Girls State of Nevada assembled in Carson City, Nevada on June 20, 2025, that the members of the 2025 session of Nevada Girls State designate a state-recognized flavor of ice cream as a new state symbol. End of bill.
Senator Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. We would be the only state in Nevada to establish an ice cream flavor such as Rocky Road as a state ice cream flavor, as well as it would also be popular amongst our youth, something that can also contribute to parental bonding and going out with friends, something that can be considered a fun day and on such a harsh schedule that we are facing here in Nevada. It would be popular amongst our youth and as well as parents, I believe, and establishing something as Rocky Road could also be good for business, as well as people going to stores contributing to our economy and buying ice cream in support of this bill. Thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to rise in support of this bill because it gives a little bit more representation to the state of Nevada for all the United States as saying, hey, we are the first state in the country to designate a national flavor or a state flavor for the United States. And I think that's a really, really cool thing. And I think it gives a lot of props to Nevadans and also gives us a little bit more pride. And Rocky Road is really good. Thank you.
Senator Lozkich.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill because I feel like each state has their own thing that represents them. And in that, they all have that pride. And so I feel like if this bill gets passed, it will create a sense of pride for Nevadans, considering what my other senators have said, that we would be the first state in the country to have ice cream as a state symbol. And thank you.
Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Madam President. I do rise in support of this bill, but my only concern is they named it as Tahoe Trails. My only concern is that every ice cream shop in Nevada will have to rename it, or is it just Tahoe Trails in parentheses? Okay, yes it is. Never mind, guys, sorry. Thank you.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed.
Hello. Briefly, we will be doing a revote on AB6 because we had a senator who did not vote, and we need everyone to vote either yes or no on every bill. I'm opening the vote.
Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 9 in favor and 2 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber, Carson City, June 20th, 2025. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed SB 29.
Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will read the bill.
Senate Bill number 13, an act that will prohibit candidates for election from being identified by party on the ballot. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Tang.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. This may confuse voters with removing the party affiliation, and in our Constitution, we already have majority 2 big parties, and each party stands for their own ideology, and this helps the voters choose who they want to vote for every type of election, and this party affiliation allows them to be able to have some guidance when researching who to vote for, especially, and have their voice be said in our world.
Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I think removing party affiliations will force voters to do more research about the candidate's actual intentions with running. Me personally, parties, the end goal is really to vote for what you believe in, and I feel like parties categorize it too much. I feel that this bill would require people to do more research, and I think that would be very beneficial, so people are more educated about who they're voting for. Thank you.
Senator Lozkich.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Even though it could confuse voters, it's still, like my fellow Senator Jacobson, it still enforces the voter to research who they actually want in office, and it hopefully lessens the fact that voters are just going in and voting based on party affiliation. We have seen that more and more recently as the voting generation gets older, and I just feel like having this research, it could have better voting and election results. It could improve election results and lessen the fact that there might be bias based on party affiliation. Thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to stand in opposition of this bill. I think that for voters who are unable or do not have the time to research candidates to align themselves with a party and based off that party because of similar values is important. And I think that's not something that we have the right to take away. Also, I think that removing party affiliations from ballots indirectly encourages people to vote based off of research. It doesn't really necessarily mandate more research. It just is like, I feel like it might encourage people to not vote instead because now they don't know who they're voting for. Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I just want to point out that up to 60% of voters just vote on party affiliation. It encourages us to have a more educated voter population, but it also encourages a younger population of voters to vote as well. I will be 18 next election, and I don't necessarily align with one party or the other. If I can research each person's policies, not just because they have a D or an R or an I next to their name, I think it supports just a more educated population overall. Thank you.
Senator Mendoza.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this bill. I think that if you don't know what you are standing for and what you are voting for, why are you voting? You are basically you're deciding and you're voting on our country and what you want. And if you don't know what you are voting for, then if you don't know what you're voting for, then it shouldn't be that, because you just don't know. And this is happening right now, today. This is what has been happening. People voted for people, and now they're saying, "Oh, well, we didn't support that," or, "Well, no, we don't want that anymore, and that's not what we voted for." But it is what they voted for. They just voted for that. They just saw the R or the D, and that's what they voted for. That's what they saw. It's important that us as Americans are educated on what we are doing and what we are putting into our government, and what will be there. If you aren't educated on things, that's what will corrupt this. We need to be educated to make right choices for our government.
Senator Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong opposition of this bill. I believe that party affiliations are something that people look to where it connects to their values and what they believe in. And not only that, conducting research and mandating citizens to, when they vote, to make sure that they look into every person individually, that also will lessen how many voters we have, because not only will it be considered a hassle, it will be looked to as something that is tedious in a manner. Obviously, when it comes to elections and voting, it is a serious matter regarding the future of our country, but we need to think about who our voters are. They are 18-year-olds, 18 to now to like more senior citizens who just do not have the time to sit down and look at every individual candidate, their backstory, and what their favorite food is. That is just not what we are going to be looking into. But their party affiliation will resign into what they believe in, into what that party stands for, and that is something that they can relate to, and that's something they can get behind. And that will overall affect our voting population much more as it is today. It is a system that has worked for years. It is a system that will work today, and placing this bill would be in contrast to that. Thank you.
Senator Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I believe that a lot of us holding these senatorial positions right now also stated that we wouldn't vote based on party, but based on value. And I feel like that's a big sentiment that a lot of us push, and I don't think it should be any different for voters voting for people in positions like such who are meant to represent them. And just because somebody claims to be a part of a certain party affiliation, it doesn't mean that they necessarily hold the same values that everybody in that party does. There's a lot of ambiguity in what values certain parties hold, and there's a lot of overlap with those values. And removing the party affiliation from the ballot also does incentivize the voters to do more research and distinguish those overlaps in values between the candidates, not the parties. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. I actually stand in opposition of this bill because there's no guarantee that the voters will not just seek out party information on their own and vote along perceived partisan lines. Thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. I am in strong opposition of this bill. Political campaigns do exist, and that is a way of any party member, any candidate is going to push what they want, regardless of what their party is. You should be educating yourself on candidates regardless, and I don't understand the relationship between party affiliations specifically and whether or not that's going to encourage people to educate themselves. I really do think it's going to just discourage them from voting as a whole. I also believe that in terms of politics, people not following through with values, I think that can happen on regardless of party, and I think that can happen regardless of what they campaign themselves and what policies they say they're going to put into effect. That does not guarantee that they are going to actually enact any of those things. So in that sense, party is it's not a deciding factor, and I think leaving it on the ballot is important for those who don't have the time to educate themselves and they just want someone who's going to align with their values. Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to remind everyone that I am in support of this bill. In George Washington's farewell address, he warned against polarization in two different political parties. I personally, growing up will be in this next president's term, would rather not have a president whose followers solely voted on him because his leader saw the R. And again, this bill is about intention. Of course, if it is not a mandated thing, you cannot guarantee anything, but if you remove that, it also encourages it. Thank you.
Senator Messner.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. As a reminder, the party affiliations, as said in the bill, they're only going to be removed on the ballot after all the campaigning takes place. And these politicians that are running for the government of Nevada are already campaigning with their party. So their party affiliations are already revealed after the voting takes place. People align themselves with parties for a reason because of what their beliefs align with, and who are we to take that away? It is a voter's duty to conduct research prior to elections. Just because there is no party affiliation, it is their job as a voter to conduct that research. And if they believe and agree with the beliefs of the other candidate and the other party, then no one's saying against them that they can't vote for them. Party affiliations shouldn't be the determining factor, so I think that there is no necessary reason for this bill, and I would like to vote against it. Thank you.
The time has expired for debate. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the roll. Would anyone like to change their vote? There are 4 in favor and 7 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Order of Business Number 6, Messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber, Carson City, June 20th, 2025. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 17.
Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the bill.
Assembly Bill Number 17, an act that will eliminate the Youth Restorative Program and reallocate its existing funding to implement a rehabilitation-based reentry program modeled after Hope for Prisoners to reduce recidivism among formerly incarcerated youth and direct youth from the school-to-prison pipeline. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. This act eliminates the Youth Restorative Program to reallocate it, and I think that is very helpful because reallocating it will make sure instead of having a bunch of smaller organizations, we all rise together as one, and I think that would make it more powerful. I would make it more accessible to everyone, and that is all. Thank you.
Senator Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to rise in support of this bill. I am actually a Youth Restorative Program graduate myself. I graduated class of 2022 and then was elected Peer Counselor or Youth Attorney of the Year. And what I can tell you is it was formerly known as trial by peers, where we would go to trial and defend defendants who had cases such as having vape pens in school and cases such as that, to where we would defend them and we would try to allocate their punishments or their sentences by community service or trying to figure out the real root of the problem. And I do believe in that. As a peer counselor and youth attorney, I served, and I would look into the the root problem of the defendant as to why they were doing this. I would talk to the parents and such as that. But I do believe that approach is no longer as effective as it used to be, considering that the program has shifted from trial to now what we call restorative mock circles. They're no longer trials, they're mock circles where we get in with a facilitator, and how that process works is we have a community advocate, defense advocate, as well as a defendant and their parents in the room. But if we reallocate these funds, that approach can be now widened and expanded to not only graduates as myself who have to apply and also graduate from a program doing assignments, but now we are now working with not only the Clark County Law Foundation, but as well as the prison system. And that would increase and expand the program. And I believe that its beliefs and purpose would not only be enhanced, but also more effective. Thank you.
Senator Lozkich.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill because I believe it will have a greater change for the community, coming from a school who has multiple students being caught with vape pens, and just in certain instances that are related to this, I feel like reallocating its existing funding to implement a rehabilitation center based on reentry of the program would just overall help not only the education but prevention, and I feel like it would just create an overall sense of awareness on this issue. Thank you.
Senator Melendez.
Thank you, Madam President. I also do rise in support of this bill, as I believe that it's better to create funding just for one program to focus on the strength and integrity of that program, rather to have a bunch of different ones that take up a lot of funding, which can be used to resource to a main program to alleviate the issues of funding. Thank you.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. We will now be going on break.
Hi, everyone. We have reached our lunch period. Hang tight. The assembly is currently still finishing some of their business up. You're welcome to use the restroom at this point, but please be quick because we will shortly be gathering everyone up to distribute your lunch monies. And yeah, you all are doing so fantastic. So proud of all of you. And yeah, let's go eat food in a minute.
The Nevada Girls State Senate will come to order. Order of Business Number 6, Messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber, Carson City, June 20th, 2025. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 21.
Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the bill.
Assembly Bill Number 21, an act that will mandate Nevada infant foster care parents to complete a Department of Children and Family Services approved infancy care training and apply to an infant placement registry. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill. Also, as a general heads up for everyone, I meant to mention this before, we want to get through as many bills as possible because we know everyone's anxious to get to hear their bills. For the remainder of the day today, we will be, you can, put your button in to your call button in to speak. We'll call on the first person, whoever put in first. They will speak, and then the president will ask if there is anyone who has a different opinion, and we will keep discussion short that way, and we'll kind of go from there. Does that make sense for everyone? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Please proceed.
Senator Mendoza.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill because I think it is a good way and it's a good and slow, steady step towards this way, forward. And it doesn't create anything new. It just kind of mandates something that is already in the system, so it isn't incredibly hard to create, and it doesn't cause a lot of energy or anything because it's already there. And it is statistically proven that it does help. Having this information does help parents and newly parents, and it is important, especially with infants, for parents to just know how to take care of the basic needs. And I believe that you can never be told too much on how to take care of your child.
Senator Lozikich.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill because it overall creates more education on how to take care of an infant in the foster care program. And coming from having family members who do foster care, there was a little bit more of a struggle when fostering an infant because there was so much information that they hadn't remembered because of their kids being older in teenage years. So I believe in just every single time you register as an infant, this will allow the parents to create a sustainable home before the child even comes in their care in the foster program. Thank you.
Does any senator propose an opposing side? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Senate Bill Number 10, an act to permit students in Nevada public schools to carry and self-administer non-prescription over-the-counter medications such as ibuprofen, acetaminophen, allergy relief, or antacids with written parent or guardian permission. This act supports student health, reduces avoidable visits to the nurse, and empowers students to manage minor health concerns responsibly during the school day. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill, but my only concern is that nurses are already allowed to give over-the-counter medications to students with authorization from parents. So I am concerned that this might be kind of like a repetitive bill. Thank you.
Senator Tang.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill, but I do have one concern. Is there a specific amount limitation to how much a student can bring? Because obviously there is issues with overdosing, and this could provide liability issues, and we have to be very specific on that. So, and how much a student can bring to school, and the amount of different over-the-counter medication they can bring. Thank you.
Senator Melendez.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have the same fears as my fellow Senator Tang does. This could lead to a liability, especially as students can sometimes be irresponsible with giving out drugs and giving out these prescriptions to other people. You never know what the other person may do to them, and there comes a liability with the parent's signature or a doctor's signature.
Does any senator have an opposing side? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 2 in favor and 9 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Senate Bill Number 5. An act that will reallocate 0.4% of yearly sales tax income on alcohol, which will go towards teenage rehabilitation facilities. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. My concern is that it doesn't state exactly what we're reallocating the funds toward. The wording feels a little too vague, and I think it's talking more about building more facilities rather than building up already current facilities. Thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to point out, I stand in support of this bill. I would like to point out that they do compare our state to California, and although there is a drastic population difference, which is a huge decider for how many rehabilitation centers we would have in Nevada, a lot of other states that have similar populations to Nevada have significantly more rehabilitations centers than Nevada does, which says a lot about how we are supporting our teenagers. And just remember, these are your fellow students who are struggling. And although that is a really valid point, it's not specifying exactly the reallocation of funds, but it is saying that they were going to go towards teenage rehabilitation centers and facilities, which is funding them, giving them more resources, as well as building more for the overall health and rehabilitation of our teenagers. Thank you.
Senator Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. I am standing in opposition. In reference to my colleague, Senator Jacobson, I do agree that this bill proposes building new facilities as opposed to relocating funds for already pre-existing facilities whose services are maybe not up to as much quality as they could be. I believe that I support the cause of rehabilitation centers, but I believe that reallocating those funds towards the pre-existing services and improving those instead of new construction and urbanization when it's going to pose the same issues that we already have is not the way to go about it. Thank you.
Senator Tang.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill because of recent reports of how much Nevada actually collects from this alcohol. In 2023, Nevada collected $51.5 million in the alcohol tax, and if you take 0.4% of it, it only accounts for $2 million per year. And is this really enough to be able to maintain and build new rehabilitation facilities and be able to manage the training, the staffing, for it to be actually sustainable for patients? Thank you.
Senator Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill due to the fact that addressing the concerns of my fellow senator, Senator Tang, what it would be is when we reallocate these funds, it doesn't have to be specifically towards building new rehabilitation facilities, although the numbers are drastic. It could also be to improve the ones we have now, as well as the resources available to the teenagers struggling when it comes to mental health and stuff like that. So what this bill would do is it would be taxing something on alcohol to be able to build more resources and expand what we already have, not necessarily build new things, although that is possible as well. Thank you.
Senator Melendez.
Thank you, Madam President. Although I do agree with the cause and I do stand in opposition of this bill, I do agree with what you guys are saying. I do believe that rehabilitation centers do need more funds, but my hesitancy comes from the fact that bigger does not equal better. More rehabilitation centers does not mean that people will be getting better care. Although, yes, we can use it to fund our new rehabilitation centers and the ones we already have. Quality or quantity does not equal quantity. We have to look in the bill and see that it specifically looks at the size of California. It's 70 compared to 18. They don't mention the quality of California's rehabilitation centers in that bill for us to be able to look over and see what are the differences that they're doing in theirs compared to ours. Thank you.
Senator Mendoza.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill, but I think that this is a very important issue and that there is something that we really do need to help our youth, but especially when it comes to rehabilitation. And because of how strongly I think that these students deserve it, I think that this bill just doesn't do enough, or it's unclear, and it isn't written in a way that makes it clear on what the government should do and what is to be done. It's unclear on whether we're building more or we're improving more. And I think that these people, these students, these kids, they deserve a bill that will give them clear support and that it will guarantee almost that they will be doing better. I think it's a great concept, but the bill just needs to be stronger.
Senator Ortega.
Madam President, I would like to change where I stand, and I now opposition this bill.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will now open the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There is 1 in favor and 10 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Order of Business number 6, Messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber, Carson City, June 20th, 2025. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed SR 19.
Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the bill.
Senate Bill Number 11, an act that will establish an equilibrium entitlement which mandates that in circumstances where any and all businesses and developers are constructing and developing on land preoccupied by housing, the entities must compensate the affected residents. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in strong support of this bill as it focuses on gentrification and the effects of urbanization and urban renewal in historically marginalized areas. Most historically marginalized areas, due to redlining, confine minorities in certain communities and enclaves. When these areas are often deemed as quote-unquote run down or bad areas strictly because they are occupied by these minorities. Big developers and big businesses and private entities see these areas and think that they should undergo urban renewal to replace housing with new establishments, hotels, casinos, entertainment, etc. And in doing that, they displace many, many, many residents. A statistic, sorry. Over at least 300,000 households are cleared over 400,000 housing units for new development, and that is a very large number. And in these residencies don't reside only one person, but families as well. And these big businesses get rid of that housing, and the bill proposes that those businesses should compensate those residents with means of new housing in a similar area with the same contractual agreements as their original housing, new housing with comparable quality and cost, or housing priced at the same rate as their original rent. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill because it preserves cultural and community identity by supporting continuity for minority-owned businesses and families. However, I do have concerns about how people could just shift housing shortages, or if developers choose to build elsewhere to avoid obligations, and the fact that it might increase developer costs, potentially discourage investment in urban renewal or housing projects. Thank you.
Senator Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. In reference to that, the overall goal of the bill is to de-incentivize businesses and developers from developing on land preoccupied by housing. In doing this, it protects everyone and every person's housing, but also minority housing as well. Thank you.
Senator Messner.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a few concerns about this bill and questions. How would this bill ensure that there are no interruptions to the family being relocated? For example, if the parents have a job nearby or students go to a zone school nearby, how would relocating that family to a different area ensure that there's no disruptions? Because they might have to move them a little farther than expected. And if we do say that they would move them to a close area, wouldn't it still fall within the margins that are trying to be taken down and reconstructed for urbanization? And also, buying a new house requires mortgages, down payments, etc. So how would we take care of all that? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill, but I also do have one concern, is with the amount of paperwork and like agreements between the builders and the people being compensated? Because would this like extend the process to like the building time for longer and costs be more not less time efficient and be more costly for everyone in general? Thank you.
Senator Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. The goals of this bill and the approved compensation methods are, in fact, to de-incentivize those companies. It would be costly for the developing entities, which is incentive for them to find elsewhere to develop on, as opposed to land that is already being used by tenants and residents. One of the options for relocation housing is to relocate in areas close to where the original residency is, and it is on a case-by-case basis, of course, depending on the situation, and the paperwork cost falls on the developers and not the residents, because it is not their fault that big businesses are trying to demolish their housing. Thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to say that I am standing in support of this bill. As one of my colleagues did raise concerns about it being a stressful situation for the residents, having to be relocated in case there are zoning issues, commute issues to jobs. And in response to that, I would like to reiterate that the bill does say it was equal compensation. So if it is a case-by-case bill where we would have to take into account each individual status, it would be still protecting them and helping them find maybe even a place that might cost a little bit more and back paying, just so that they could stay in that area and continue working those jobs, and just protecting them in situations, and also discouraging developers from taking away from low-income housing and hurting people who aren't as well off as a lot of other people. Thank you.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will now open the roll.
Please vote.
Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 6 in favor and 5 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The Senate has received Senate Bill number 15, which has been vetoed by the governor. The Secretary will read the bill in its entirety and the governor's message as to the purpose of the veto.
Senate Bill number 15, an act that will reallocate funds used for share and health classes in public schools to now incorporate a curriculum including female autonomy and biological function studies, i.e. sexual health, reproductive health, and healthcare, mental and physical. It will be an age-relevant curriculum starting in 6th grade until the 12th grade. Section 1, according to the Nevada Division of Public and Behavioral Health, the average number of teenagers giving birth in 2011 between the ages of 15 to 19 was 3,048, 8 people a day. This demonstrates an extreme level of teen pregnancy in Nevada. Pregnant women of all ages can pass STIs to their unborn children and babies during childbirth. Section 2, according to the CDC STI state profile for Nevada from 2017 to 2021, primary and secondary syphilis, bacterial STI, rose 53%. Congenital syphilis passed during pregnancy to a baby rose by 99%. Syphilis, which does not show itself as a typical STI imitates other diseases through its symptoms. This requires constant testing in sexually active individuals. In 2021, 16,348 new cases of chlamydia and 8,488 new cases of gonorrhea were reported. Chlamydia and gonorrhea are asymptomatic, requiring constant testing among sexually active individuals. This is not taught in Nevadan schools. Boys and girls alike are becoming increasingly sexually active and unaware of these infections. Section 3. Facts about menstruation are not taught to young people of all gender. Students should be taught about correct hygiene, atypical cycles, and how to spot concerning issues. For example, endometriosis, PCOS, and yeast infections, and UTIs. Section 4. Mental health of people involved in teen pregnancies, STIs, and menstruation are often negatively affected. Students are often not taught about these topics and the dangers they pose, and their mental health declines as a result. According to America's Health Rankings, teens experiencing mental health crises have been connected directly to likelihood of dropping out of school. In addition, the children of teen mothers have an increased risk of mental health issues, behavioral problems, academic struggle, and continuous delinquent behavior. Case studies in recent years show that women struggling with STIs, even with treatable infections, had increased levels of stress, depression, and a low level of satisfaction with life. Increased hormone production during menstruation can cause declined mental health in unstable individuals. Section 5. The curriculum will consist of basic biological functions of women, STI risks, and its maternal relation, physical care resources, and sexual relationship awareness. All of the above topics will be included in grade categories, but will be simplified intensity based on age. For example, 12th grade will have all the available information, while 6th grade will include the basics. Section 6. This act will be effective upon passage. This is the veto message from the governor. I am forwarding to you for filing within the constitutional time limit and without my approval, Senate Bill number 15. I must exercise my constitutional grant of authority to veto this bill for the following reasons. First of all, the funding for this bill comes from SHARE programs and health classes. Both of these programs are already lacking their curriculums and ability to reach students. Taking away this funding would inhibit these essential programs. Additionally, this bill seeks to teach the outline curriculum to students between 6th and 12th grade. SHARE programs in Nevada take place between 4th and 8th grade, so the curriculum of this bill will not align with that of SHARE. 6th to 12th grade is also 2 years more than 4th to 8th grade, and there is not nearly enough funding for these programs to sustain this. Second of all, the focus on solely female anatomy ignores the importance of discussing issues faced by other genders. All genders are susceptible to STIs, and it is also important for the mental health of everyone to be recognized and understood as they undergo physical, sexual, and hormonal changes. Finally, this bill makes several assumptions that are not directly supported by evidence. In Section 4, the bill claims that students' mental health drops as a result of not being taught about topics outlined by the bill. In the same section, the bill states that mental health crises are correlated to students dropping out of school. However, this has nothing to do with the bill. As much as I would like this bill to pass because I recognize the importance of teaching these things to young students, I must stand in opposition of this bill as it is not financially feasible, disregards the validity of other genders, and makes assumptions regarding the correlation between sexual health and mental health. Sincerely, Governor Hsu.
No motion from the floor is in order regarding the vetoed bill other than the motion to close debate. It can be discussed but cannot be amended. We will allow 10 minutes to debate the bill as to the merits of sustaining or overriding the governor's veto. Are there any remarks?
She'll call on you like normal.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. In response to what the governor did say about funding, the bill clearly states in the preamble that it is a reallocation of funds used for SHARE in health classes in public schools to now incorporate a curriculum using female autonomy and biological function studies, that whole thing. All that means is including a section in the SHARE and health programs that include female biological studies. We are not doing it to discourage men biological studies or non-specific gender studies. It is just purely to raise awareness of issues pertaining to female biological studies. In addition to that, as far as including all genders, that would be a separate bill. This is specific to women and their function studies. This is not for one specific gender to be taught. This is for all genders, regardless of whether or not you identify as anything. It is just purely so that we can raise awareness. And the only reason why there are a lot of why the STI rates are mentioned. As far as it seems, it's because of the importance of that piece of information and the way it can be passed down through pregnancies. Herpes can be passed down, genital herpes can be passed down to babies during childbirth. Syphilis can be contracted during child development while in while being a fetus. So it makes our STI rates in Nevada extremely high. And all we're doing is not to discourage sexual activity in young adults, but also to just raise awareness of it because it is a massive problem in Nevada. As far as dropouts go, there is a direct correlation between teen pregnancies and dropouts in high school. I'm sure we can all speak from experience of knowing someone who did get pregnant as a teenager and either switching to online school or dropping out entirely. I know of personal experiences, and I have met people personally who have had issues correlating to that. Thank you.
Are there any other remarks? Shall the resolution pass notwithstanding the objections of the governor? A yes vote will override the veto. A no vote will sustain the veto. This resolution must pass by a 2/3 majority of the members elected in order to override the veto. If the governor's veto is sustained, the resolution is dead. We will now open the vote. Please vote.
You must vote yes or no.
Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 11 in favor and 0 against. This resolution having received a 2/3 majority, the Senate has refused to sustain the governor's veto. Resolution is ordered transmitted to the Assembly. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber, Carson City, June 20th, 2025. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed SB 36.
Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will read the bill.
Senate Bill number 16, an act that will decrease excess corporate water usage by lowering the % of total water used for commerce and domestic purposes in Nevada in relation to the entire nation by at least 5% by enforcing fines on any corporation that exceeds the limit maximum of 50,000 gallons of water per month, businesses exceeding 50 employees, or 7,000 gallons of water per month, businesses with less than 50 employees. Fine of $300 per each month the business exceeds the cap. The money obtained from the fines will be directed toward water conservation research programs. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill because this bill will hold companies accountable for using more than plenty of water for their companies. I believe that this is positive because it will force the companies to try to conserve more water rather than using more. And then it's also based off of employees, so it will be more of a fair system. Thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. I stand in opposition of this bill only because of a couple of concerns that I do have. Although I do really agree with the topic, I would like to know specifics about what businesses would be affected by this. Like what about water parks, things like that, where they would be using excessive amount of water. And I want to know what the limits would be for each field and just area of business that would use more water typically anyway. Like I want to know what the limitations are for them. I think that's important to specify. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. I also rise in opposition solely because of the, one-size-fits-all cap may not account for legitimate differences in water needs by industry or region. And also, it could deter business growth in Nevada if corporations view the policy as overly restrictive. Thank you.
Senator Tang.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill because of Section 6. It states that Nevada is responsible for 13% of the nation's total domestic and commerce water usage. This can be quite an overstatement that's accounting that Nevada is responsible for 13% of the entire nation. And Nevada is such a small state, and our population in comparison to California, Texas. So this percentage doesn't make sense. And according to UNR Extension, statewide agriculture accounts for about 78% of Nevada's water use, and commerce and domestic use claims 13%. This implies that 13% of Nevada's own water usage is for commerce and domestic, and not 13% of the entire nation. So I just raised concern that the wording of this bill does not make sense with the bill. Thank you.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will now open the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 1 in favor and 10 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber, Carson City, June 20th, 2025. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 36.
Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will now read the bill.
Assembly Bill Number 36, an act that will levy a 0.5% tax on tobacco products, the revenue from which will be allocated to counties and municipalities in order that they may install shield covers on light posts to decrease light pollution. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Mendoza.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Light pollution is a very big issue in Nevada, and especially in Las Vegas. And the development of the strip of the sphere has made it almost look like day when you go over there. One of my friends lives near there, and I don't know how she sleeps because of how terrible it is. Light pollution is a problem that is very fixable. It does not take a lot. It does not cost much, and it clears up pretty quickly when action is taken. It really doesn't take that much to solve this very big problem that has a big effect on residents. And especially in Las Vegas, tourists are kind of prioritized, but we do need to prioritize our residents and people that live there and people that make the city run. And light pollution is a big issue. this is not something that costs a lot of money. It does not take a lot. All it is having a little like correctment on light posts. That's all it is.
Senator Messner.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to support this bill. Light pollution is a really prevalent issue that affects Nevada, but especially Las Vegas. We also have to take into account the residents living on the Strip, how much light pollution that they face. I think this would really benefit them, especially when they're trying to sleep. The roads would also be clearer for the drivers. Since we are a 24-hour city, this would make it a lot safer for tourists or just residents to travel, no matter what time of day it is. It would also lead to decreased glare. And thank you.
Do any senators have any opposing solutions? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will open the roll. I apologize. This bill raises revenue and therefore requires a 2/3 majority in order to pass. Now the secretary will open the vote. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the next bill.
I apologize, folks. Give me 1 second. Actually, let's take a 10-minute recess. So from right now, we're going to do, if you could be back in your seats, let's make it a little shorter so we can get through more. Let's be back in our seats at 3 p.m. It's currently 2:54. Thank you.
The Nevada Girls State Senate will come to order. Order of Business Number 6, Messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber, Carson City, June 20th, 2025. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 8.
Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the first bill.
Assembly Bill Number 8, an act to strengthen public safety in Nevada by establishing a 5-year renewal system for concealed firearm carry permits. This legislation ensures that permit holders remain qualified and responsible by requiring continued firearm safety training, updated background checks, and timely renewal notifications. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Tang.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill, but I do have one concern. How much would it cost for the renewal every year? And just more specifics on that. Thank you.
Senator Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Currently, we do not have a law existing in place that regulates firearm use and checkups. And if we think about it, then DMV, when it comes to licenses, they're every 5 or so years, you have to regulate it, you have to renew it as far as an ID goes as well, meaning that you need to still be capable of driving on our streets and be able to properly use and allocate behind the wheels on our streets. Why not do the same for firearm use? Firearms, as well as driving, both promote a threat and danger to those around them and to the people in the society of our streets. So both should be regulated and mandated as well as checked up on, so the people in possession of those and at risk can make sure that they are qualified every 5 years. Thank you.
Senator Lozikich.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill because I have a concern on how, yes, I understand it's about the renewal of the permit, but it does not discuss how the current people of Nevada who already have a registered firearm, how they would go along with that permit licensing mandate, and what would be the further notice of the renewal status of a pre-existing firearm account? Thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to rise in support of this bill. Although we do have something as far as licensing for concealed carry warrants, they are not mandated, so renewing is not an issue to those who already have registered guns who don't have a concealed carry warrant. You don't need to worry about renewal. So hopefully that appeases my colleagues' concerns, as well as the funding on how much it would cost to get a renewed license. As far as I know, the legislation does explain that it would be the same process as it was initially. So to get it the first time, licensing would be $64, and also a course that comes along with the warrant. So hopefully that appeases some concerns. Thank you.
Senator Mendoza.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill just because I think the idea is very important and gun violence is a huge issue, and this does need to be addressed, and this is a good way to address it. It's just how to enforce it and how to make sure that people actually do get this, because there isn't really anything that I saw, at least, that said how it will be made sure that these people do get the permit, and if they don't have the permit, what will happen? And also, it does say in Section 4, while a permit is inactive, the individual may continue to legally own firearms, but is not authorized to carry a concealed firearm until the permit is renewed and reactivated. It's just, how is that enforced? That's my only issue, is just how we put this into action and how we also like make sure that people do have a permit and people can't use the guns that they can't use the guns if they don't have this.
The time for debate has expired. This bill raises revenue and therefore requires a 2/3 majority in order to pass. The secretary will open the vote. Okay, I apologize. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will open the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 7 in favor and 4 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of Business number 13, General File. The secretary will read the next bill.
Senate Bill number 40, an act that will reallocate parts of the business tax to create an awareness campaign that increases awareness for rhinitis medicamentosa, also known as Afrin addiction, in the state of Nevada. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill because it is to spread awareness and to promote more bills to occur later. I didn't know what Afrin addiction was when this bill was proposed, and I don't think anyone else in the room did when it was originally proposed. And learning about it, I think it is very important. I think people should know about it. I think it should be aware. I think society should be aware about it. I don't think it's necessary right now to pass any bills on regulating or restricting it because we just want the community to know about it before we propose any bills on restriction. Thank you.
Senator Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill due to the fact that looking at the bill, it also has a structured plan as to how spreading awareness would be placed, and it would also open up opportunities for it to be further on. So right now we're starting with the first initial step of spreading awareness, and then therefore it can move forward to being treated, to be rehabilitated, as well as setting that path forward to make sure it doesn't happen in the future. Thank you.
Do any senators have an opposing side? Senator Melendez.
Thank you, Madam President. I do oppose this bill. First off, this bill is very vague. It says we will reallocate parts of the business tax. The parts is never defined. It doesn't say how much we're reallocating. Another thing is that it says about awareness campaigns. If you really want to take care of that, why don't we put it into our health units where we talk about that so they can learn it instead of making campaigns for it? If you wanted to actually take care of the problem, you would use the business tax to then go into the health education to put it in there. And another thing that my fellow Senator Ortega was talking about was the fact that we are raising awareness and of where, we'll have problems in rehabilitation, and I absolutely agree with that. But this is a drug. We already have ways to take care of, we have rehabilitation centers for people who do drugs and they want to get better. That's why I do stand in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to rise in opposition of this bill. Purely because of the wording of the legislation. I think that the topic is very important, and like another one of my colleagues did say, I was not aware of Afrin and its addiction and the risks that lie within that, but I also think that it's very important to specify what the campaign would be, if it would be seminars, if it would be TV, if it would be groups of people, billboards, whatever it is. I think the mode of advertisement for that would be very important, as well as how much would be allotted to do that. Thank you.
Time for a debate has expired. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will open the roll. Please vote. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 2 in favor and 9 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Order of Business number 6, Messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber, Carson City, June 20th, 2025. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day did not override the governor's veto on SB 15.
Order of Business number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 28. An act that will prohibit capping weighted grade point averages, GPAs, in Nevada public high schools. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in high support for this bill because when we cap the GPA, it appears to end up being punishment, not for failing, but for challenging ourselves. And without it, we lack restoring fairness and recognizing the achievement of our students. Especially in such a low-ranking state in education, students should be recognized for their perseverance. Thank you.
Senator Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill due to the fact that there are multiple opportunities for students to get credit, such as enrichment programs for doing summer activities. And with the cap limit on our GPAs, it does not reflect well on all the hard work that is presented. Such as a student as myself that goes to CSN High School, which is a college program, I had to be graduating with my associates, meaning 2 years of work, 2 years of high school, 2 years of college stuffed into just 2 years. And what that would mean is that my GPA cannot accurately represent as far as weighted goes because of those college classes, because of that cap limit. So it not only limits to showcase the work that students have put, but by passing this bill, it allows it to accurately reflect the hard work that has been put forth. Thank you.
Do any of the senators have an opposing side? Senator King.
Thank you, Madam President. I stand in opposition of this bill, not because of the topic, but because of the no specifications to what other schools would be doing throughout the country. If we're not capping our GPAs, it's not going to make much sense in relation to colleges outside of the country, and then we won't be rated the same. Just like we're going to be graded on a different pattern if our GPAs are not matching a consistent thing as well as other states. It seems like this probably should be a federal thing rather than state. I don't understand. Well, I do really like the idea. I think that it just would be a really hard thing to push in our state and have it convert outside of state. If someone has any explanation to that, I would love to hear it. Thank you.
Senator Tang.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill because when colleges look at your GPA, especially in different states, colleges know that we have different GPA inflations, and that's why it's such a prominent issue with college. And they will look at the scaling of how your AP courses, how your honors or your dual enrollment courses are translating. So every state has their own way of giving their GPA. For example, a 5.0 GPA in California could represent a 5.6 in Nevada, but colleges will recognize the difference in how they're scaled, and that's why most college admissions are holistic, and that's just only one key aspect of it. Thank you.
Senator Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. As a reminder, I stand in strong support of this bill, talking off what my Senator Tang, fellow Senator Tang has also spoken on. Different states, so it is not exactly a federal thing. So different states have chosen their GPA, where the cap limit especially is. And Nevada has specifically chosen to cap it at a 4.925, I believe, instead of a 5.0 and above. So when looking at college applications as well, you have students who have a 5.2, a 5.4, and it is not graded on the same scale. When you look at applications to service academies, for example, they ask you to put the scale that it is graded on, your weighted GPA, because of how different it is. If we were to change it and to remove this cap limit, not only would it make it easier for our students to apply to college and get this education, but as well as make it easier for colleges to determine that education level instead of having to specifically specify. And that's why this cap limit should be relieved. Thank you.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will now open the roll. Does anyone wish to change their vote? There are 9 in favor and 2 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber, Carson City, June 20th, 2025. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day did not pass SB 11.
Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Senate Bill number 34, an act that will require all public high schools in Nevada to provide a mandatory financial literacy course as a graduation requirement, preparing students for real-world economic independence and responsibility. This act will be effective upon passage. End of bill.
Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. The concerns I'm having are about adding another 2-semester class to the education as a graduation requirement. Also, how does that impact charter schools and their graduation requirements? Is that same or different? I'm a little confused about that, and just having it as a graduation requirement just for public schools. I believe that the concept is great. I would love to learn about all of this stuff in school, but I'm just concerned about having another class like health to learn about all this stuff, because we already have a class for that. Thank you.
Do any senators have a different proposition? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 0 in favor and 11 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. I will now appoint for a committee consisting of Senators Messner and Lazikic to inform the governor that the Senate is ready to adjourn sine die. Also, I will appoint a committee consisting of Senators Ortega and Hall to inform the Assembly that the Senate is ready to adjourn sine die. Will the committees now depart from the chamber to deliver their messages and report back to the Senate as soon as their missions are accomplished? The Senate will be in a brief recess. Please do not leave the chamber.
We're doing sine die procedures, friends. The senators all got scripts, right? No? Oh, okay. All right. My committee members that will be delivering messages, please hang tight. Hello, everyone, senators. The script that you have on your phone includes this script. It's taking forever to load. Okay. Please attempt to open the script. We'll give y'all a couple minutes for it to try to load. Thank you.
Senator Lazikich.
Madam President, your appointed committee has notified the governor that the Senate is ready to adjourn sine die.
Senator King.
Madam President, the delegation from the Assembly is at the bar of the Senate.
Thank you. Welcome to our chamber.
Come on in. Read that really loud.
Madam President, the Nevada Girls State Assembly is ready to adjourn. Sine die.
Thank you for your message.
Go back and tell the speaker that he...
Senator King.
Madam President, I move that the 2024 session of the Nevada Girls State Senate adjourn. Sine die.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say yes. All those opposed say no. Motion carried. The 2024 or 2025 session of Nevada Girls State Senate is adjourned. Sine die.
Fantastic job, everyone. We're going to hang out for a minute until we get confirmation that the assembly is also 100% wrapped up. And then we're going to gather on up, get on the buses, and head back to UNR. Thank you so much.